place he was gathered to his God. Thereafter for over a century and a half, notwithstanding the constant development of new historical situations, the dynasty of the Hittites sat firmly on the throne, throughout the greatest visible period of Hittite power. His son Arandus, who nominally succeeded after a short interregnum, seems to have been without effective power, and was shortly replaced by his brother Mursil, the Morisar of the Egyptian texts. During the earlier part of an apparently long reign, this monarch seems to have had leisure and tranquility to enjoy the empire which he had inherited from his father. During the first 10 years at any rate, the annals of which are preserved, there seems to have been no incident of foreign affairs more noteworthy than a series of minor troubles on the frontiers. His relations with a number of states are mentioned, but the Hittite names of these are not yet recognizable. 798 The governorship of various frontier lands was apportioned, or possibly these were now for the first time brought under Hittite rule. 1 Barkuizuwa was appointed to the land of Myra, Manapata sub 799 to Amaskhaku, and Targas Naili to Hapalama. The terms of the Amorite vassalage were renewed in a special treaty with Abitesub, who now appears as chieftain of that people. 800 In the period of apparent calm in the early part of this reign, we may see historically the opportunity when in the security of his kingdom the monarch built a new royal palace at Baghazkayi on the lower ground to the north of the Acropolis, outside the main line of the defences. 801 But inactivity in these empires of the sword was always fraught with danger. Towards the close of his reign, if we read the somewhat obscure chronology of this period rightly, the eastern frontiers of his empire suffered several shocks. The Assyrian kingdom had been steadily gathering strength, and soon after 1320 BC Shalmaneser I seems to have dispossessed the Hittite entirely of his suzerainty eastward of the Euphrates, ravaging all the kingless country of Mitanni as far as Carchemish. 802 Further north he even crossed the Euphrates and entered Kalirabat, capturing Malachia, just as a previous Assyrian monarch had done 100 years before. In this campaign the Hittite forces sent against him seem to have been definitely defeated, and Shalmaneser penetrated as far as Muri. 803 while his successor also invaded the district of Kumuk, which lay on the Hittite side of the Euphrates around Samsit. Egypt also, rejoicing in the re-establishment of a strong line of kings, was not long in taking advantage of this temporary weakening. Seti I had hardly ascended the throne of the pharaohs when he initiated a series of campaigns in the south of Syria, and ere long found himself able to beat back the Hittite forces, and to penetrate northwards as far as Tunip and the land of Naharain. 804 reaching possibly to the Euphrates. The early operations of his successor, Ramses II, however, seem to have extended only as far as the Lebanon. 805 where the Hittites were encountered, hence we may conclude that the latter had been able to regain their ascendancy in northern Syria. In these critical times, with a great struggle inevitable and even imminent, Mursil died, and his son Mutillo succeeded to the Hittite throne. 806 The new monarch was not slow to realize the critical state of affairs that had arisen on his eastern frontiers. Assyria, indeed, seems to have withdrawn temporarily, through internal reasons, from her efforts to obtain a footing in the Hittite lands, but the repeated incursions of the Egyptian armies, and the evident intention of the pharaoh to regain his dominion over Syria, called forth a mighty effort on the part of Mutillo to retain the empire which his great ancestor, Subi-Luliuma, had established, if not even to extend its boundaries. The call to arms was sounded through the Hittite lands, and the response from every side showed how deeply and widely the power of the great king had been established. Practically all parts of Asia Minor are represented in this splendid rally round the Hittite leader. United in this common enterprise, the states of the center, like the Hutti, Khita, Arana, Pisidia, were joined by Dardanians and Mysians from the furthest portions of the peninsula, as well as by Lycians of the southern coast, and Kittaonians from the Anti-Taurus 807 northern Syria, from Carchemish to Kadesh, sent also its contingents, for the Hittite leader left no people on his road. Their number was endless, nothing like it had ever been seen before. They covered the mountains and hills like grasshoppers for their number. The pharaoh valiantly went out to meet this formidable enemy before it entered his own dominions, and the fateful battle was joined not far from Kadesh. The opening stages were favorable to the Hittite, who made a strategic and unforeseen onslaught on the enemy's flank, and for a time disorganized the Egyptian forces. The pharaoh's position, indeed, at one moment seems to have been almost desperate, but in the issue he managed to recover his formation and claims to have pursued the Hittites from the field 808. The Egyptian losses were so great that they were unable to follow up their advantage. Even Kadesh remained unassailed, though the Hittite king had taken refuge within its walls, so that the battle must be regarded as indecisive. The moral effect, however, on both sides was sufficient. Mutillah made overtures for a truce, which the pharaoh readily accepted 809, and the Egyptian forces were withdrawn. Platelsk's 8th Battle of Kadesh, Hittite chariotry charging a hill. Temple of Ramses II. At Abydos. The result of this battle proved indeed an effective rebuke to the ambitions of the leaders on both sides. Thereafter Ramses confined his military operations to southern Syria. With the Hittites the issue was more serious, and the consequences more immediate. Two princes of the royal blood, Sipazar, Subisil, and Mazarima, several chiefs, soldiers, and charioteers had been counted among the slain. The Kittaonian chief also perished in the battle, and the king of Aleppo was drowned while attempting to cross the moat and marshes that protected Kadesh. The great army had to be disbanded, dismayed, and disappointed, when victory had been so nearly within their grasp. The Amorites, whose homelands had suffered perhaps most of all in this warfare, and who were at all times watchful of the balance, threw off their allegiance 810. Their chief, Putaki 811, was deposed, but escaped the punishment of his offense. The disaffection spread among the troops. A mutiny took place, in which the chief general figures conspicuously, and Mutillah was assassinated 812. The zenith of Hittite power was past, the Hittite sun had reached its highest point, and the shadows at that same moment began to lengthen. Never again, it would seem, could the Hittite leaders call up in their special enterprise so many allies drawn from such varied peoples. The dynasty of the Hatti nonetheless retained the throne. Hattusil, brother of the ill-starred leader, whose end we have described, now became great king, and Putukapa, princess of Kiswadna, was his queen. As daughter of the city of Arana, the home of the sun god, this lady was probably the foremost of the land, and her union with the prince of the Hatti was one of the events that contributed to restore the prestige of his house. As Kitasur, this monarch looms big in the pages of Egyptian history, and indeed his reign was one of considerable importance and duration. But, as with his compeer upon the throne of Egypt, the actual tendency of events throughout this reign shows signs of weakening in the Hittite power and the gradual dismemberment of their empire 813. As with Egypt also from this date, this reign was free from serious conflict or disturbance in Syria. Assyria had fallen temporarily behind in the bid for empire, the Mitannians were utterly submerged, and neither of the other two powers was yet disposed to resume hostilities. One of Hattusil's first acts contributed indeed to secure the tranquility of his frontier in this direction, by the reinstatement of Putaki as chief of the Amorites, under the same terms of vassalage as of old 814. It was indeed to Hattusil's intervention that the Amorite prince owed his life at the time of his disaffection, and now, with a Hittite princess, Gashaliai, for wife, Putaki was united in his allegiance by a double bond. Later in his reign, about 1271 BC, Hattusil succeeded in bringing about a definite offensive and defensive alliance, and treaty of extradition, a good treaty for friendship and concord, which was to assure peace, for a longer period than before time with the pharaoh. The preliminary negotiations occupied many months, and were carried out with a full measure of oriental dignity. The queens on either side took part in the negotiations, and the chief wife of Ramses wrote to Putukapa specially expressing her satisfaction when the affair was concluded. The first draft of the treaty was clearly prepared by the Hittite diplomatists. Not only does the name of the Hittite king come first in all cases where both names occur, but a summary has been found among their archives which does not contain all the clauses finally incorporated. 815. It is prefaced with an historical preamble, after the well-established precedent found in the Hittite treaties with the Amorites and the Mitannians, as well as with minor vassal states. Only in this case, the treaty being one of equity, no pointed allusion was made to the first conquest of Subi-Luliuma on the one side, or to the exploits of Seti on the other. The fact of past wars and of the previous interim treaties was mentioned, but now the two kings were to be as allies, friends, and brothers, with a good understanding between them for evermore. Neither should henceforth invade the other's lands, the boundary between them being the northern Lebanon. On the other hand, if either was in distress of war, and appealed to the other for assistance, then troops should be sent accordingly. Their warfare should be in common. 816. Minor matters, such as the question of fugitive servants and refugees, were also arranged. We do not know whether duplicate copies of this treaty were actually exchanged, but this may be inferred from the fact that an Egyptian embassy was received in the Hittite capital. 817. The Egyptian record of this affair, inscribed on the walls of the temple of Karnak, only makes it known that two Hittite ambassadors, by name Taltasibu and Ramses, accompanied by a goodly retinue, presented the Hittite copy engraved on a silver tablet to the pharaoh. The gods of all the Hittites were separately invoked, after their time-honored custom, as guardians to the inviolability of this treaty. The sun god, Lord of Heaven, takes first place, followed by the sun god of Arena. Then come the various localized forms of Sandis. 818 called Sudak by the Egyptians, and associated here with 9 chief states, in which we seem to recognize 819 Arena, Aleppo, Kilpa, and Sarasug, possibly the classical Saressa. A list of the tutelary deities follows, including 7 gods and 3 goddesses. 820, but possibly the gaps in the text betoken others. Finally, the god of the land, the queen of heaven, the goddess of the soil, the mistress of the oath, the goddess, Asker, of the mountains, and the rivers of the Hittite lands, are appealed to, with a last reference to the gods of Kiswadna, the home of the Hittite queen, and to those of Egypt, who are all covered by one clause. The designs and inscriptions of the seals are of special interest. Upon the tablet itself these were naturally engraved. On the obverse, we are told, there was the image of the Hittite national god embracing the great king. 821 surrounded by an inscription rendered, through the medium of the Egyptian text, the seal of Sudak, Prince of Heaven, and the seal of the treaty made by Ketasar, Hattusil, son of Morsar, Mursil, the great and powerful king of the Hittites. This was the seal of the Hittite god of the skies. The reverse was parallel, only in place of the figure of Sandis was that of the sun god of Arena, lord of the whole earth, and the great queen was shown in the deity's embrace. Around was an inscription, the seal of the sun god of the city of Arena, lord of the earth, and the seal of Putukapa, great queen of the Hittites, daughter of the land of Kiswadna, of the land of Arena, the mistress of its territory, the priestess of its goddess. The fame of this treaty was noised abroad, and an inquiry was received from the king of Babylonia as to its purport. The Hittite king replied 822 with firmness and obvious exultation, I will inform my brother, the king of Egypt, and I have made an alliance, and made ourselves brothers. Brothers we are and will unite against a common foe, and with friends in common. The letter continues with an explanation of the previous warfare between the nations that had rendered this compact desirable, and allusion is made to the inroads of the Pharaoh on the Hittite lands. Though relations between Egypt and Babylonia at this time were well established, it might have been thought that Babylon was too distant to have been much concerned with the Hittites seated in the north of Asia Minor. Yet in fact at this time only the eastward extension of the Amorite realm divided the two powers, just as the same people formed the frontier with Egypt further west. Diplomatic relations had indeed been opened between them for fully a generation, and several long letters have been recovered. They refer chiefly to the brigandage of the Amorites, whom the Hittite king is asked to keep in order, and punish as being his vassals. It is interesting to notice also the influence which Hattusil exerted, through the forceful language of his ambassador at the Babylonian court, and his own almost threatening diplomatic letters, interfering even in the settlement of the succession to the Babylonian throne. This subject might well be regarded as outside the sphere of international politics, and the Babylonian king found reason to object also to the terms of the communication on this matter, which would have been addressed more fittingly to a vassal rather than a compeer. But Hattusil's reply is worthy of record, I only wrote this, if you do not acknowledge the son of your lord, will it not happen that if an enemy attack you, I will not come to your aid, for my brother was then a child, and he is an evil man who deals according to evil thoughts. Questions of foreign policy also were discussed by these two powers in several letters. One fragment from Babylon shows that the increasing power of Assyria 823 was the problem of the moment, and a reply of Hattusil 824 shows that they were being drawn together on this matter, which was of grave concern to them both. His advice to the younger king, expressed in flattering terms, to go and plunder the land of the foe, indicates the astute politician's anxiety to get the sword that hung menacing over his own head removed. The situation that now developed is one of considerable historical interest. Like Tushratta of Mitanni on the approach of the Hatti, so now the Hittite king at this crisis took special means to ensure the support of Egypt, where Ramses the Great still sat upon the throne of Thebes beside the tranquil Nile. Formerly Tushratta had granted a daughter in marriage at the first time of asking, contrary to precedent, but now not only was the first Hittite princess seemingly offered to Ramses, to take a place among the other royal wives, but the Hittite king himself with great state accompanied her to Egypt, and, escorted up the Nile, visited the Egyptian monarch in his capital, an event without parallel in Oriental history. Naturally Ramses made adequate record of this incident 825 and the beauties of his new bride received the praises of his courtiers. Little is known of the two successors of Hattusil, Dudkaliah and his son Arnuanta, under whom the dynasty of the Hatti kings was prolonged into the 12th century, BC. An edict issued by the former concerns the organization of the empire and the position of the greater vassals 826. The names of some of the chieftains transpire among the witnesses to the document. Enitis of 827 appears at this time as king of Carchemish, which was probably the second state of the empire. Another event in the reign of Dudkaliah is a treaty with the king of Aleppo, doubtless a ratification of the terms of vassalage, but the name of that chieftain is not revealed. The name of Arnuanta, his son, who in turn became great king, is the last of the dynasty that has come to light, and circumstances tend to show that the day of Hatti dominion was really over. He is known only from two fragments of royal edicts, and a more complete document, found in the debris of a gateway, seemingly an elaborate land register or cadastral survey 828. This is rendered of special interest by the seals, which, like the famous boss of Tarkudama, were inscribed in Hittite hieroglyphs and in cuneiform. The Hittite inscription on one seal is defaced, but the cuneiform can be read in both cases. The first seal is that of Arnuanta himself, the great king, son of Dudkaliah. The second gives the names of the royal ladies, namely, the Queen Mother Tawasi 829 and his wife, the great queen, Munitin, while a daughter of Dudkaliah is mentioned, though her name is lost. The appearance of these royal women side by side with the monarch in the transaction of state affairs reawakens a whole series of interesting allusions which transpire in the earlier archives of this dynasty, indicating a clear position of authority held by the female side, and even suggesting a matriarchal system of succession to the throne. In the Edict of Dudkaliah the Queen Mother, Putukapa, is mentioned as co-ruler, and we have seen above that she separately placed her seal upon the treaty with Egypt, wherein she is described as Great Queen of the land of the Hittites, of the land of Arana, the mistress of its territory. Further, the son of this powerful lady succeeded to the throne upon the death of Mutalug, even though the latter's son was still alive, being mentioned in documents of Hattusil. During the interregnum 830 she maintained the continuity of the government, with sole powers in her hands, as appears from her correspondence at this time with Ramses. The title of Hattusil himself to the throne can best be explained in view of these facts, by his marriage with this lady, a first princess of the land 831, and that her son would succeed seems to have been foreseen by Ramses too. When he wrote to her diplomatically, wishing him good health. The part taken by royal women in state affairs in the East can be illustrated from modern events in China, which under its Mongol rulers presents us with so much interesting comparison, no less than from the records of the correspondence between Egypt and Mitanni in the age with which we deal. This respect of the worshippers of the mother goddess for the female was inculcated by them among various branches of their peoples. It will not be forgotten that the founder of the Hutti dynasty, when he admitted the fugitive Mitannian prince to his family and extended to him his protection, laid down the condition of a monogamous marriage. So, too, Hattusil, in granting his daughter to the Amorite chieftain, Putaki, whom in like manner he re-established in his authority, inserted in the document recording the alliance a clause to the effect that the sovereignty over the Amorite should belong to the son and descendants of his daughter forevermore. These indications all agree with the impression that Greek tradition and the Hittite monuments have already left upon our minds. The worship of the mother goddess, to which we have alluded, would seem, indeed, to have been paramount throughout the Hittite lands, from Carchemish to Ephesus, from Kadesh to the coast of the Black Sea. Originally a nature cult, derivable from the productivity of the earth, this had now taken divine form with the quality of self-reproduction, to develop later into the conception of a universal mother. Though this worship was general throughout Western Asia, its introduction into Asia Minor is traceable to the Hittites, upon whose monuments its symbolism appears earlier than it is known elsewhere, notably at Baghazkayi 832, Iuk 833, Phraktine 834 and on Sipylus 835. We do not wish to imply a local development of the cult, though that may be admitted as a possibility when we consider the simple and general nature of its origins, and the power of the human mind then as now to attain in a few years the standpoint reached only by generations of ancestral experiences, and thereon to build up new conceptions, to be transmitted in like manner together with those inherited. Yet on the fertile plains of Babylonia the seasonal productivity of nature was more conspicuous and almost spontaneous. There indeed, as it seems, man was earlier able to give up his wandering life and settle, noting with satisfaction and gratitude that earth and sunshine with other elemental forces provided him with the means of living. Taking also the evidence as it stands, it would seem that the embodiment of these conceptions in divine form, under the name Istar, is earliest attributable to Babylonia, and from there consequently we are disposed to derive her when found in Asia Minor, whether by general contact, as is historically admissible, or introduced, as seems more probable, by some early migration of Hittite peoples that had already assimilated her to themselves. The worship of a goddess with virtues so natural and with powers that it was so desirable to propitiate would, in any case, it may be thought, be readily acceptable to a peasant people. It became deeply rooted, and in certain localities took special forms, reflected many centuries later in rites like those of Ma at Comida, Kybe in Phrygia, Artemis at Ephesus, and, latest of all, Semiramis at the post-Hittite city at Carchemish. From the sculptures of Bghazkayi 836 it may be seen that, as in Babylonia, there was already associated with her a youth, whose male powers were necessary to complete her own. With her also there appears a lioness or panther whose force and character seem to be emblematic of hers. Though clearly attributable to an earlier phase of thought, this association may have been made before the cult was localized. There are, however, traces in these sculptures of more primitive conceptions, attributable to older strains of population. From the evidence in general, 4 or 5 strata, indeed, may be discerned in the Hittite pantheon. In the lowest of these there appear the purely elemental forms, mountains and streams 837, earth 838, sun 839, moon 840 and star 841. Passing from the inanimate to the animate, we find the lion 842, the bull 843, the eagle 844, the falcon or dove 845, the goat 846, the stag, the serpent 847, and other living creatures, some of them possibly adopted as tribal totems, and all no doubt representing some special virtue or power that later became embodied in the deities associated with them. Upon these substrata the gods of human form appear to be imposed, and first among these the mother goddess. Already, as we have noticed in these sculptures 848, her supreme powers in life and her unfathomable actions had found expression in the semblance of a lion, before she was adopted by the mountain worshippers, and another class of monument, possibly of later evolution, seems to reveal her in another aspect, as a goddess to be propitiated at death. The two ideas in her case are not far separated, for just as in the simplest conception of her powers through her the dead earth revived, while in her developed cult, her dead son yet lived in her offspring, through her unnatural union with him, so the instinctive belief of humanity in the incompleteness of death found expression in offerings to her for the dead 849 and in communion of the dead at her table 850. The idea of a future life after death was inseparable from her worship. In the sculptures 851 of these times there are associated with the goddess a number of divine attendants and priestesses, each holding as it seems a bent staff upon which she leans. These are not armed, but in them we may see the prototypes of a class of women devoted to the goddess, who in later centuries, on the decline of the Hittite power, at the coming maybe of the Phrygians, at first for the defense of their religion, and later separating in independent action, developed into armed priestesses, and possibly the Amazons of tradition 852, but that was not yet, nor do we see in any of the shrines of the goddess of this age any sign or suggestion of the orgies and carnal festivals that 1,000 years later were celebrated in her name. On the other hand, we see the cult at this age in its simplicity, in some cases the goddess worshipped alone, in others accompanied by the sun consort, whose position in legend and at Bghazkayi is secondary to her own. In the latter case, however, she is face to face with another god who is her equal. We have been able to trace in these sculptures to some extent the merging of this religion with the old conceptions, and now we pass to consider its union with the new. In this fourth phase the male predominates. The new divinity was a god omnipotent, with lightning in his hand. We call him Sandes, from a name surviving in Greek tradition in Cilicia and Lydia, but his real name is unknown. Possibly Tarku was one Hittite form of it, but at this period of his conspicuous individuality Baal or Zeus would suit him better. Like the goddess, he was well known in Western Asia under various guises, the Tesub of Mitanni, the Hadad of Syria, the Rimmon of Babylonia. He came into Asia Minor, it seems to us, as guardian deity of the conquering Hutti, clad like their warriors, and in their wake came a limited number of kindred tribes, among whom also he was worshipped under various forms 853, notably as a god of war with sword in hand. 854 by them he was transmitted as the national god to the other Hittite peoples, whose tutelary deities, however, seem to have been various. 855 in him, the embodiment of manly strength, the nature worshippers saw the sun ruling in the skies. 856 supreme, a fitting husband for their mother earth. It was not hard to reconcile the cults. Just as the sun's return in springtime to shine upon the earth was necessary to revivify the dead year, so was the periodic union of the god with the goddess natural and appropriate, that the earth might bring forth her fruits in due season. The sculptures 857 illustrate the rite that arose upon this new ideal, where we see the statue of the god borne upon the shoulders of his priests to the open-air sanctuary of the goddess, and the divine nuptials celebrated with the dancing and revelry that have accompanied marriage festivals through all time. The conception of fatherhood, hitherto submerged, now found expression in independent form, wherein the new god was identified with the bull, the emblem of virility. At Malatia 858 the god rides upon the animal's back, at Iok 859 the animal alone is found, in a scene where his ministers are the royal high priest and priestess, the counterpart to the worship of the goddess herself on the other side of the gateway. In this character food and music and revelry were his delight. There were present all the elements which under other conditions might have led to the development of a special and exaggerated worship of masculine powers. But here the circumstances were unfavorable. So long, indeed, as the warrior kings maintained the throne, their god also retained his individuality. 860 amid an environment, however, too deeply imbued with the older ideals to maintain his separate worship after their downfall. Already we see one way in which his cult was liable to be submerged, for the part he now claimed, as it were, by force, had been hitherto played in esoteric fashion by the sun. Hence a new identity arose, in which the attributes of the Father God and the Son God became confused and merged in one. 861 This fact seems to be reflected even in the sculptures of Bghazkayi, where the cult of a dirk, which each important male figure wears, becomes endowed with a separate ritual. 862 Possibly, however, this may be more particularly an aspect of the sun god, and associated with the ritual of the mother goddess. It was, moreover, a national cult, widespread, and revered. 863 In any case the association of the father god with the sun god in the cult of the mother goddess, nature's divine triad, seems to us an essential feature of the religion of these times. The part played by the king and his queen in this worship is clear in the sculptures of Iok 864 and Malatia 865, and their position as high priest and priestess of the god is defined in the text of the Egyptian treaty 866. Whether the king himself took an official position in the worship of the goddess is still open to conjecture, for the pictures of the high priest at Bghazkayi 867, though accompanied by the royal insignia, are open to another interpretation. 868 And possibly in her festivals the king's place was taken by a eunuch priest of considerable authority, in accordance with a ritual long established and surviving in later times. At Sinjarli there is an interesting suggestion in a certain series of sculptures 869 belonging possibly to this era. In comparing these, it seems to us that the king himself is shown impersonating his gods or god in various characters. In one he is the warrior with shield and spear, in another he holds aloft the lightning trident, and in a third we see him like Thor with a magic hammer. In the rites of the various deities the king may possibly have carried these sacred emblems ceremonially. The position of the Hittite kings in state affairs, the nature of their kingdom and their empire, has been already disclosed in watching how their power was won. 870 The army was the mainstay of their empire, yet no martial scenes decorate the walls of the palaces and temples that have been hitherto unearthed. This may be accounted for by the essentially feudal nature of the constitution, whereby the bulk of the forces would be composed of troops under the more direct command of the vassal kings and chieftains. Within the domain of his own tribe or tribes, though doubtless a royal bodyguard was maintained, it would almost seem that the power of the Hittite king was sustained rather by constitutional rights such as have been indicated. Some of the religious sculptures, however, give an indication, though in somewhat conventional and maybe antiquated form, of the dress and armor of the Hittite infantry, while the general character of their chariots and arms may be gathered from the hunting scenes of later date in Syrian towns. Where the home sources fail, the Egyptian carvings supply a wealth of detail illustrating all branches of the Hittite forces. 871 And these, though drawn as it were from afar, have nonetheless the advantage of being contemporary evidence, recorded, too, by past masters in this branch of archivism, who allowed no characteristic detail to escape them. The freest drawing of a foot soldier is that from Singerli 872, wherein a warrior is seen armed with a spear and shield. The head of the spear is narrow and ribbed down the middle, and the shaft is about the length of the man. The defensive weapon is of the figure of 8 shape traditional in Asia Minor, and associated with some branches of the Hittites in Egyptian sculptures. 873 The dirk, which is worn, an invariable sidearm of the Hittites, is here shown so long that it looks almost like a two-edged sword. From other sculptures, however, like those of Jawar Khalsi 874 and Baghazkayi 875, we may be sure that a dirk or dagger is indicated. The crescental hilt and the midrib are noticeable features. That the sword was used, however, may be gathered from other scenes. 876 The dress of the Hittite warrior, like that of his gods, was uniformly the short tunic, short-sleeved vest, shoes with turned-up points, and tall conical hat. The last named is seemingly padded in this instance at the top. Equestrians and charioteers seem to have modified or discarded this headdress. 877 as being unsuitable for rapid motion. In addition to the spear, the bow was doubtless used by both infantry 878 and chariotry 879, but other implements, originally of an offensive character, like the club, double axe 880 mace, and curved dagger 881 are found only in religious symbolism in such connection that it must be considered doubtful whether they continued to be used in war. The throw stick is, however, admissible, though found only in sporting scenes. 882 As to the Hittite cavalry, the local sources almost fail us. 2 stones from Singerli show a rider armed with bow and dagger, and possibly a shield decorated with a human face. 883 And a third sculpture from the same site introduces a large round shield and possibly a quiver. 884 There is also a fragment, possibly from Marash, showing a horse rider. 885 Though apparently not in that instance a fighting man. In another case a led horse is shown, with attendant groom, as though awaiting his royal master's pleasure. 886 In Egyptian scenes. 887 However, the Hittite horse rider is conspicuous, fleeing before the pharaoh's arrows, himself armed with a lance, and in 2 literary passages at least, clear reference is made to the Hittite cavalry. 888 The chariotry of the Hittites was, however, their chief arm of offense. Unfortunately only one war chariot is shown in their own sculptures 889, and this is apparently of later date and employed in an intertribal struggle. In this case 2 persons are shown in the car, the warrior and his driver. The wheel has 6 spokes, the car is lightly built, and a pair of horses are harnessed to it. 890 The warrior's arms are the bow and spear. Other chariots appear in hunting scenes, showing little variation except the 8-spoked wheels, but it may be thought from the Egyptian representations that a somewhat heavier car with paneled sides was employed for war. The magnificent appearance of the massed Hittite chariots in attack excited the admiration of their enemies, the Egyptians, who have handed down vivid pictures of them taken from their wars. The assault on a hill 891, an incident in the Battle of Kadesh, shows excellent formation in close order while advancing at a gallop. The Egyptians were unanimous in representing 3 Hittites in each car, a practice which differed from their own, and so attracted their attention. The third man was a shield-bearer, whose absence from the hunting scenes of the Hittite sculptures is self-explanatory. A square shield, mostly associated with the Syrian allies, makes its appearance in the scene before us, but the Egyptian artists were so much perplexed by the necessity of crowding and showing 3 men within the tiny car, that they forgot or found no room for the offensive arms of their redoubtable enemy. For transport in war the Hittites seem to have employed freely a covered wagon on 4 wheels, a characteristic vehicle throughout Western Asia today, and drawn then as now either by bullocks or a pair of horses. In addition, the hardy ass was also requisitioned, represented as struggling with the weight of his panniers. 892 Though for the frontier wars with Egypt, fought out mostly near the Lebanon, the Hittite doubtless employed a strategic base in northern Syria, such as Carchemish, yet for his Syrian campaigns, and for the general control of his Syrian dependencies, it becomes almost self-evident that there must have been one route at least available for wheeled traffic connecting with the interior and the capital. But it is by no means easy to determine which of the several passes may have been used for this purpose. 893 The history of these times leads us to infer a system of communication throughout the empire, with Bkhazkayi as its focus. From this center, to judge by the disposition of the earlier monuments and other evidence, roads already radiated in several directions. To the north was Sinope 894, which seems at one time to have been the first port of the country, but to have fallen into decline with Bkhazkayi itself. To the east we must infer a road connecting the valley of the Halis, whether by way of Shavaz or otherwise, with that of the Takmasu 895, and so leading down to the frontier at Malachia. A southerly bifurcation of this route led by Albistan down the passes of the Pyramus to Marash 896, communicating then severally with Carchemish, Aleppo, and the valley of the Karasu, wherein lay the cities of Sakijazi and Sinjurli. A more direct track over the mountains from Mazacah, Caesarea, to Marash passed by Kurubel near old-time Komata 897, whence also Dastarkan, near Farakdian, might be approached. The line of communication from Bkhazkayi to Mazacah is not known, but a direct road from the former towards Tyana is traceable, and possibly it sent off a branch corresponding with the modern route from Ingesa to Caesarea. Whether in its direct southerly line it continued as a wheel track thus early through the Cilician gates to Tarsus is open to question, though it was clearly open some 3 centuries later. 898 Westward also there must have been established now or shortly afterwards an embranchment connecting Tyana by way of Ardis-Tama with Iconium, while, as we have already noted 899, the existence of a main westerly route from Bkhazkayi to the Lydian coast is testified by the contemporary sculptures of Jawarkalsi and Karabel. Of the cities which these roads connected there remains little trace. At Baghazkayi only the buried remains of the palace built by Mursil 900 and the sculptured sanctuary which we have dated to the age of Hattusil 901 can be assigned with any security to the 2 centuries that we have been considering. At Ayuk and Malashia the cubical building blocks decorated with sculptures seem to indicate the existence of palaces as early as the reign of Subbi-Luliuma 902. The site of Sakkyajiza was already occupied by Hittite people, and probably counted 6 walled townships and citadels within its neighborhood. 903 we suspect it to be the center of the state that later becomes known in the Assyrian records by the name of Iodi. Sinjarli was also a large and flourishing city. 904 the capital of the kingdom later called by the Assyrians Samala. Karchemish 905, Aleppo 906 and Hamath 907 are also known as Hittite cities from the history of these times, but no remains of buildings have been found within their areas that can be assigned to this period. 908 we may infer, however, from the evidence of the excavations at Sinjarli, and from contemporary Egyptian sculptures, as well as from the designs of late fortifications, that the cities of this age were already surrounded by masoned walls, supported by numerous external towers, and entered through gateways barred by a pair of double doors and guarded by wing towers on either hand. But most of the visible architectural remains of Baghazkayi, and nearly all those that have come to light in Syria, including those of Marash, belong upon our evidence to a later period after the disintegration of the empire, when for a while in the development of history the opportunity occurred for a revival of local arts upon the old models among the small kingdoms that survived. The disintegration of the Hittite Empire introduces a new phase of their history. With it was involved the downfall of the Hatti rulers, indicated by the failure of the archives of Baghazkayi after the reign of Arnuandas, 2 generations after the time of Hattusil, and hence probably about 1200 BC. In the great combine of land and sea powers against Egypt, which Ramses III resisted and dispersed 909, the Hittites again figure among the confederates, but this time no longer as leaders, and subsequently they appear no more in Egyptian history. They had held sway over Asia Minor for about 2 centuries, a lengthy period for an Oriental dynasty, and now they were submerged by historical movements, of which the details are wanting so far as it affected them, though the development of events may be traced in outline. As often in the history of Asia Minor, the tide of immigration that had formerly set westward had now turned, and, sweeping irresistibly from Europe southward and eastward over the Greek world and the Aegean islands, traversed also the peninsula. 910 the wave which Ramses III turned away from the Egyptian frontier had swept away the Hatti power, and it may be thought that their part in the movement, like that of others, was migratory rather than warlike, pressed onwards by newcomers from beyond. In the redistribution of power that followed the dispersal of these peoples, the dominant position in Asia Minor seems to have been held by the Muski 911, whom we presume to be a European people, akin to the Phrygian conquerors of later times. 912 with these newcomers at any rate the Assyrian kings were occupied for half a century. By 1170 BC, it would appear, they had traversed Asia Minor and descended upon Kumukh, the Hittite state lying around Samsit, between Karchemish and Malashia, upon the Assyrian frontier, and it was not until 1120 that they were driven back by the valorous expeditions of Tiglath-Pileser I. It is possible that the Assyrian king followed up his victories as far as the Black Sea. 913, but in any case the power of the Muski would seem to have been broken and to have gradually declined until reinforced by the Thracian immigrants of the 9th and 8th centuries B.C. 914. In the meanwhile the Hittite states found the opportunity for a remarkable revival. The readiness of these peoples, though no longer politically united, to combine against a common enemy is well shown by the experiences of the Assyrian king, who had no sooner crossed the frontier at Malashia, then he was assailed on his right flank by 23 chieftains 915 while in front lay 60 others whose domains extended to the upper sea. Though possibly this expedition lay eastward of the boundary of the Hittite lands, the central Hittite states did not escape from the ambitious raids of the Assyrian king, who crossing the Euphrates on rafts of skin, this time nearer to Carchemish, put Mount Bishri 916 to the sword, and advancing northwards, devastated the frontier lands, Muri, which lay now, as we have seen, beyond Kumuk, nearer to the kingdom of Malachia. The Cumani, dwelling probably in the mountainous region round Komada, Shar, seem to have gone out to the assistance of their kinsfolk, harassing the Assyrian probably on his left flank. But their native fastnesses and walled cities did not protect them from the vengeance of the Assyrian. Their advanced troops were overcome and imprisoned in the fortress of Arani, while the remainder of their fighting men, some 20,000 strong, who lay entrenched on Mount Tala, were driven out and pursued as far as the range of Karusa, on the frontiers 917 Kipshana, the capital of the Cumani, surrendered. The states of Syria were the next to fall to the Assyrian conqueror, for a fresh expedition passing up the Oronte seems to have crossed the Lebanon and reached the Mediterranean coast northward from Beerut 918. Though the expeditions of Tiglath-Pileser I were far-reaching, they do not seem to have established anything like a permanent hold over the Hittite states of Syria. Carchemish, upon the frontier, does not seem to have lost any of its independence, and it may be suspected that after the decline of the Hutti, this state remained the chief center of the Hittite power. 919 There is indeed a suggestion that its kings were descended from, or early related to, the Hutti rulers 920 and that at one time, perhaps in the 11th century, they held sway as far as Gurun 921 in the valley of the Tokmasu, indicating a kingdom which embraced all the central Hittite states. However that may be, some names of the early kings of Carchemish have been handed down among the archives of the Hutti 922 under whom it seems clearly to have been already a state of major importance, and its independence was maintained, in name at least, as late as any of which the history is known. The apparent independence of Carchemish throughout the reign of Tiglath-Pileser is not only a testimony to its own military resources, but an indication that the Assyrian conquests were not secured. The time of the great Assyrian Empire was not yet, and as the Assyrian power gradually weakened for a while, so did that of the Hittite states revive. For something like a century and a half, until about 950 BC, some semblance of Assyrian authority may still be traced on the near side of the Euphrates 923, but in view of the history of these times it may be said that during the 10th century BC, until the renewal of Assyrian invasions, about 850 BC, the Hittite states of Syria were free, and their works illustrate to us their latent vitality and the revival of their traditions. It was not only in Syria that this opportunity was afforded, for a parallel development of circumstances upon the plateau of Asia Minor seems to have encouraged the revival of the chief states also by the removal of their embarrassments. The Assyrian invasions had broken the strength of the Muski, who had for some time threatened to overwhelm and submerge the Hittite peoples, and now the gradual withdrawal of both enemies was marked by a cycle of Hittite works which proved how deep-rooted was their civilization, and later history shows how radical must be the changes that would supplant it in their mountain homes. At Baghazkayi a new palace, unadorned, however, with sculptures, sprang up on the site of that of the great kings, which was now completely ruined. It is possible that the great walls of the citadel as they are now seen were the product also of this age. 924 They would seem to have been furnished, now or within a few generations, with the great arched gateways decorated with sculptures. 925 which are one of their most striking features. Incidentally there is disclosed in the representation of a female warrior upon one of the great jambs 926 the development of, or union with, the Amazons 927 whose fame lived in Greek history and tradition while the deeds of the old Hittite kings were already buried in oblivion. At Ayuk we have seen there is indication of a corresponding phase of local buildings, involving details of architecture and sculpture peculiarly Hittite. It would seem, however, that it was not in the old center of administration that the dominant Hittite spirit most revealed itself. The sculptures of Bor 928 and Iviras 929 and the related inscriptions of Bulgar Maiden 930 and Karabina 931 with others on the Karadak and at Bakh, as well as numerous minor works, are all indications of a considerable area united as a single kingdom, the center of which was Tyana. The Assyrian records of later times tell indeed of a powerful tribe or people named by them the Kilaku, whose geographical disposition seems to correspond with this area. These two facts in association recall the tradition of a great Selekian empire, mentioned by Solinus 932, which was said to have embraced within its sway most of the great states of Asia Minor and of Syria that had formerly acknowledged the rule or suzerainty of the Hittite kings 933. Though this renaissance of the Hittite kingdoms may have been short-lived 934, it was none the less real and general, as the peculiar features and relationship of the monuments of this age testify. Practically nothing is known, however, of the history of this period. Their own inscriptions seem to be mostly theocratic or religious, while Egypt and Assyria were too much engaged with home affairs to send expeditions into Hittite Syria, the records of whose adventures might otherwise have enabled us to penetrate into the obscurity which hides this brilliant epoch from our view. The period falls, however, within the first pale glimmer of Greek tradition, which enables us at any rate to interpret more clearly some aspects of the local monuments of these times. The map of the Hittite world 935 in the 10th century BC, deduced from the disposition of their monuments, and from the records of the Assyrians when they came again into contact, is also instructive, and seems to us to indicate the homelands or settling places of the real Hittite peoples more clearly even than a map of the Hittite Empire, based as that would necessarily be on the whole range of Hittite works 936 and the uncertain identification of Egyptian names. Eastward of the Kilaku 937 the kingdom known by the Assyrians as Tabal seems for part of the time to have embraced most of the cities of the Anti-Taurus from Phraktine to Komita, extending northwards possibly as far as Ekrek and Mazacah, Caesarea. It included numerous small states 938, some of which at various times became separately prominent, among which Kamanu seems to be recognizable in Komana, identified with the modern Shar, while the Principality of Shinakta and the city of Tanay 939 lay nearer to Tyana. On the Tokmasu, Guriania was the name of a minor kingdom seated at Gurun, while lower down Old Malachia was the chief town of the kingdom of Miladu, which still retained its great importance. 940 Gurgum lay seemingly around Marash, then known as Margasi, to which we refer below, while Kumuk 941 extended, as we have seen, northeastward up the near bank of the Euphrates. Several states lay in the valley between the Kurt Dak and the Jawar Dak 942 like Mikri, bordering on the Paramus, Iodi, with its center, Kulani, possibly at Sakijazi or at Kilis, and Samala, farther south, with its capital at Sinjurli, while lower down on the Karasu was Unki 943 which probably included Kitsokalu and the site of the classical Jindaris. The boundaries of the small states and larger kingdoms alike cannot be fixed, and probably varied continually with the ascendancy of this chief or the other. The region last mentioned, for example, seems at one time to have been mostly subject to Samala 944 while at other times it was divided between Gurgum and the Hatana, or subject to one or other of these powers. The latter, as their name implies, were a Hittite folk, whose numerous principalities 945 lay in the valley of the Oront, 946 with Hamath doubtless as their capital. Lastly, the Hutti themselves seem to be represented by the powerful kingdom of Carchemish on the Euphrates, 947, the boundaries of which were indefinite, but reached at any rate to the Kabur River on the south. The Hittite states after the revival of the xth century BC. On the outskirts of the Hittite kingdoms there were already present most of the elements of the powers that later were to submerge them. In the immediate west we place the Musky Phrygians, but the mutual boundary is indefinable and probably varied constantly. 948 east of the Euphrates, Mitanni was no more, and Assyria was recruiting, while from the south and southeast there had already begun the steady infiltration of Aramean peoples, who now occupied most of the tongue of land between the Oront and the Euphrates. 949 Damascus was their center, and within the Hittite-Assyrian sphere they had already planted strong settlements in the plains westward of the Euphrates. Even the kings of Samala are early found with Semitic names. 950, a fact which corresponds with the character of a whole series of its monuments. 951 we may suspect from the name in like manner the Aramean extraction of the dynasty of Bit Adini, which ruled over a broad and numerously peopled Hittite tract extending from south of Carchemish even across the Euphrates, including probably the site of Tel Amr. Shugab lay also on both banks of the river, somewhat further north. In the northeast a new and formidable power akin to the earlier Hittites was gathering strength in the vicinity of Lake Van, by name Eridu, but the Cimmerian hordes had not as yet appeared in the north. Many of the surface monuments of the Hittites seem to belong to this period of revival. They are linked by various common features in detail, and illustrate at the same time the development of new motives in art. The increasing power of the priest-king is reflected in the prominence now given to his portrait as a chief subject for the sculptures. 952 his dress has now assumed a magnificence of embroidery and tapestry unknown in earlier times, though clearly derived, as regards the close cap, long robe, mantle, and shoes, from the priestly dress of the bygone age. On the rock carving of Iviras he pays his devotions to a god of agriculture, who presents so many new features that he might at first sight be taken for an entirely new conception, notwithstanding that his dress is obviously a direct modification only of the time-honored and sacred costume of the Hutti gods. Yet he is a descendant of the sun god of Boghaskeye 953 and his new virtues are a product of the Hittite lands. Now he has become the peasant's god, the patron of agriculture, himself rewarding toil with fruit and corn. In Babylonia, where the grain grew wild, and the harvest was a gift of nature varying only in degree, the function of the consort to the earth goddess, as the fertilizer, had been a secondary consideration. In the prominence of manhood under the Hutti kings, the god had received his separate local attributes and sanctuary. Now he appears, alone, in a third phase clearly developed upon a soil where the goddess was benign only to those who toiled. Here the clearing of the ground, irrigation, plowing, sowing, and constant tending were necessary before the harvest could be won, and in this attribution the god is worshipped. The Greeks, when they arrived upon the scene, saw in him their own Hercules as the god of toil. His dress, however, as we have mentioned, betokens his Hittite origin. The tunic and turned-up shoes, though more elaborate, remain essentially the same as of old. The national hat, however, has lost its height, and is also broader, and the same difference may be noted in the newly found Amazon figure at Boghaskeye. This change, indeed, may be traced back to the later years of the Hutti period, if reliance may be placed on the Egyptian representation 954 of the Hittite monarch who visited Ramses II. The pigtail, moreover, has disappeared, and from the source last quoted and other considerations we are inclined to believe that even in the Hutti period it was already antiquated, surviving only in religious representations as sanctified by time. For civil purposes it may even then have been replaced by the new style, which at any rate is characteristic of the monuments of the age we are considering, in which the hair is gathered in a thick bunch curling backward behind the neck. 955. The range of these changes in detail on both sides of the Taurus is another indication of close bonds between the various branches of the Hittite peoples. In the architecture of these times there appears a new and striking motive, equally wide in its distribution, in the lion cornerstone. 956. The lion itself we have seen to have been early introduced into Hittite symbolism, but the earliest examples in the round seem to be the product of this age. The carvings of Sakyajizi, which show the Hittite style just tinged with Assyrian or Aramaic, Semitic, influence, can be assigned with some certainty to the period 900 to 850 BC. At Sinjarli the great lions seem to be of earlier date 957, but in any case there is a remarkable coherence in design and method of employment between all the recorded specimens, as well as a correspondence in treatment of detail with the lions which decorate the chief gateway and the tank at Baghazkayi. 958. One of the lions of Marash is covered with an inscription, the nature of which seems to conform entirely with the dominant theocratic ideals of the age. 959. The monuments and ruins of this place are in themselves evidence of a city of remarkable strength and of conspicuous importance in the Hittite world. 960. Of which it was one of the last surviving members. Unhappily for history we must still wait here as elsewhere for the evidences which the excavator's spade alone can satisfactorily bring to light. The bare references in the Assyrian annals to the capture of this or that city, or to the various desperate coalitions of the Hittite states against the power that threatened their independence, if not their existence, tell us little but the date and manner of their downfall. If one could but penetrate the gloom that enshrouds the story of the Hittites in these stirring times, how many Iliads could be written to delight their readers. We pass then to the last phase, which covers the period 850 to 700 BC, during which the Hittite states were one by one submerged by the various powers that encircled them, and finally the Cimmerians blotted out from Asia Minor the memory of the past. The story is soon told, for we have only the record of the Assyrian 961 and Vanik 962 inscriptions to help in filling the outline of the Hittite story of these last centuries which was sketched in an earlier chapter. These records also are usually either brief and formal, or expressed in terms obviously exaggerated and partial, and the operations of which they tell were for the most part confined to the eastern Hittite states. Such as they are, however, they are welcome. The story opens about 884 or 885 BC, with the loss of Tul Barsip, a chief stronghold of the Bit Adini. This was, as it were, the warning of a long series of incursions by the Assyrian forces under Assur-nazir-pal and his successor, Shalmaneser II. The Euphrates was crossed by them on rafts of skin as aforetime. Shangara, king of Carchemish, was awed into sending a handsome tribute to secure the safety of his crown and life. Among his gifts were a royal chariot, objects of gold, silver, copper, and iron, bowls of bronze, decorated cups, and carvings in ivory. The route of the Assyrian leader lay by way of the Orant Valley, and for a brief moment, Luberna, who at that time was head of the principalities of the Hattina, seems to have contemplated resistance. Realizing, however, the inutility of such a course, he followed the example of Shangara, and paved with presents the way of the Assyrian king, who, with the route now open, passed onwards beyond the Lebanon. But the Hittite leaders were not yet conquered. Somewhere about 860 BC nearly all the Hittite states of Syria, including Carchemish, Bit Adini, Girgam, Simala, K, and the Hattina, leagued themselves in a determined effort to resist, if not to rid themselves of, the Assyrian menace. Taking advantage of the absence of Shalmaneser's army in the north, where he was assailing the fastnesses of the Euryto, they even crossed the frontier and made considerable inroads upon the Assyrian lands. The vengeance of the Assyrian was swift. The towns of Bit Adini were taken by storm, and the Euphrates was crossed. Gergum, one of the states first opened to attack, seceded from the Confederates and submitted. The combined army of Adini, Simala, and the Hattina was next defeated, and the Assyrian forces pressed once more up the valley of the Orant, this time in pursuit of the king of the Hattina, Shapalulm, who had escaped. Seizing the opportunity, the king of Simala collected his troops, and being joined by the king of Carchemish, with reinforcements also from K and further west, he prepared to defend his country against the invader. The effort, however, was vain. The fortress of Shapalulm was burnt. It is even possible that the Assyrian passed over the Amanus into Cilicia 963, being only stopped on the frontiers of the chief Hittite state by ambassadors, and presents 964 Hittite prisoners grace this triumph of the Assyrian conqueror, in his capital, being distinguished by their long robes and cumbrous hats. 965 Though in the following year Bit Adini once more rebelled, with the result that 200 villages and 6 fortresses were taken or destroyed, and Tel Barsip was garrisoned by Assyrian troops, it would seem that 5 years later the states of Carchemish, Kumuk, Milad, Simala, Hattina, and Gergum 966 still acknowledged, however unwillingly, the suzerainty of their all-powerful neighbor, and their respective kings attended a conference at his bidding. Aleppo alone stood aloof, and was persuaded accordingly by force of arms. Satisfied apparently with their submission and attitude, the Assyrian king determined to try conclusions with the Aramean power seated at Damascus. The Hittites of Hamath, K, and the Taurus fought against him in the great battle which ensued at Karkar 967. The issue was indecisive, but the Assyrian, as the attacker, lost prestige by his lack of success. Carchemish and other vassal states promptly refused to renew their tribute. Shalmaneser was a whole year suppressing this rebellion, and thereafter found it desirable to send an expedition to the frontier each year to maintain his authority. Thus far, it is clear, the incursions of the Assyrians into the Hittite territory had been rather of the nature of raids for booty and the exaction of tribute. No serious effort had been made as yet to bring the states within the direct government of Assyria, and the operations had been confined practically to the north of Syria. There is a record of 850 BC from which it may be thought that a first blow was now aimed at the central Hittite states. 968 In the next year, however, after the Assyrian forces had passed Carchemish and reached the Amanus, and then turning southward had held Hattina to ransom, a league of 12 Hittite kings in the vicinity of Hamath seems to have barred their further progress. These kings are no more mentioned, and possibly their territory was absorbed by Damascus, which had obviously gained influence after the Battle of Karkar. The king of Hamath, however, paid homage to the Assyrian when he once more entered the valley of the Orant in 842 BC. Turning for a moment from the affairs of Syria, the kingdom of Tabal was for the first time invaded in 838 BC, and the Assyrian claims to have reduced 24 of its chieftains to subjection. In K the king, Kati, was dethroned and replaced by another named Kiri, while further west Tarsus also fell into the Assyrian hands. At this stage Shalmaneser gave up his military command. For a while the Hittite states had respite, and some of them, like the Hattina, resumed an attitude of independence. Submergence of the Hittite states in the 8th century BC. Meanwhile, however, the Vanik kings had been steadily gaining strength and now found themselves powerful enough to more than hold their own. Ere long they began to cause the Assyrians considerable inquietude on their northern frontier, and about 804 BC Menuas drove back the Assyrians and attacked the Hittites. Crossing the Euphrates, the Urartians exacted tribute from Malachia 969. The events of the next generation are obscure, but in 776 the Hittite tribes of Syria, notably those under the Ammonites, took advantage of the discomfiture of the Assyrians at the hands of the new Urartian king, Argistus of Ararat, to throw off their allegiance, and within a few years most of them were free of the Assyrian yoke. But their freedom was transient. Argistus looms in the history of these times as a great conqueror, and the Hittite states on his immediate frontier, including not only Malachia and Kumuk, but possibly a great part of Tabal, yielded to his authority. After a temporary withdrawal, it would seem, the whole of northern Syria was swiftly brought within the domain of the new power. In 758 BC the kingdom of Malachia, which under Chytruidas had regained a momentary independence, was invaded once more by the hardy mountaineers. The capital, as well as 14 castles and 100 towns, fell into their hands 970 by 756 BC. Marash also had probably fallen, for the conquests of the Vanik power extended as far south as had the Assyrian, and the Hittite states of northern Syria were all forced into allegiance. Previous to the year 744 BC at any rate, when the Assyrian king, Tiglath-Pileser III, with a reinvigorated army, prepared to repel the invaders, Carchemish, Gergum, Kumuk, Unki and K all acknowledged the suzerainty of Sharduris 971. The details of the struggle for Syria between two foreign powers can hardly be regarded as Hittite history. The Hittite strength was already gone, their kingdoms in Syria and the Taurus had been broken, ravaged, and weakened by the scourge of constant wars, while in Asia Minor a similar but more vital struggle, all unknown to history, was being waged between the advancing Phrygians and the chief Hittite kingdoms of the interior. All hope of general union was at an end. Yet in the records of the Syrian side of these affairs, it is wonderful to see how the spirit of independence lived on in the old Hittite centers, ready at any time to break out in open rebellion. No ordinary military punishments seemed able to crush it. In 743, Tiglath-Pileser met and routed the great Confederate army of Sharduris, with whom fought the Hittite contingents from Agassi, Gergum, Kumuk, and Malachia 972. The issue was decisive and momentous. Both kings led their armies in person, and the Assyrian record 973 states that 73,000 of the enemy were slain in battle. Yet undismayed, Madalu of Agassi, the center of which was Arpad, seems to have asserted his freedom and to have resisted the Assyrian for nearly 3 years, when he was overcome and slain in 740 BC. The downfall of Arpad and the death of its king were not without a reactive effect upon the other states, so that the kings of Kumuk, Gergum, Carchemish, and K came to the victors to humbly tender their formal submission. The Hattanas still held out, but the Assyrian moved on their capital, Kainalua, which was carried by assault, and in order to avoid further disturbance in these rebellious quarters, both Agassi and Unki were hereafter administered by Assyrian officers and garrisoned by Assyrian troops. The policy thus initiated, coupled with that of deportation of the natives in large numbers, proved more fateful to the Hittites than the long series of punitive expeditions sent against them. Samala was next in arms. Profiting by the absence of the Assyrian forces on their own northeastern frontiers, Azriyahu, who appears to have been a native prince, laid claim to the throne, though it was occupied by Panamu II, 974, a Semitic ruler who had been set up by the Assyrian king. Tiglath-Pileser hastened back to restore order, laying waste Kulani 975 on his way. He then passed southwards up the valley of the Orant, ravaging as he went. Hamath yielded, and the kings of Carchemish, Malachia, and Tabal, with others, were convinced by these exploits that it was their best policy to tender their complete submission and to send their tribute. The Assyrian supremacy was now complete, and it was demonstrated by an arduous expedition which penetrated to the walls of the Urartian capital, in the mountains of the north. The Vanik power was broken, and thereafter its warriors only appear like those of the Hittites, in a series of vain struggles against the greater power that was steadily overwhelming them. In 732 BC the fall of Damascus at last laid open the way to the founding of the greatest Assyrian empire. Our tale is nearly told, the inevitable issue is traceable in a bare statement of the chief events of a dozen years. A last combine in 720 BC of the Hittites of Tabal and Carchemish, reinforced by the Urartians, only tended to precipitate the end. In 718 the troops of Sargon passed northwards through the Silikian gates 976, beyond which Tyana no longer represented the chief Hittite center, but was now a frontier stronghold of the Phrygian Midas 977. This monarch was obviously perplexed by the Assyrian advance, and made overtures to Pysiris of Carchemish, who openly revolted. But Midas failed him, his kingdom became an Assyrian colony, and the greatest Hittite stronghold of Syria, that had so long retained a semblance of real independence amid the submergence of the states around, was now garrisoned with Assyrian soldiers. 978 The Tabal were again in arms in 713 BC, though the rebel leader was a protege of Assyria. 979 he was duly punished, and his fief was annexed to the Silikian province. Following an incursion led by Tarkanatsi of Malachia, the eastern portion of the Tabal, around Komata, was in 712 BC fortified as an Assyrian frontier state, with 5 forts on the Urartian side, 2 towards the north, and 3 as protection against the Phrygians. The kingdom of Malachia itself was in 710 put under the rule of Mutalu of Kumuk, and the whole mountain region was renamed Tulgarima. Gurgum, with its stout fortress of Marash, was the last to succumb. For something like 30 years its last king, Tarkolara, had retained his throne by diplomatic presence and submission first to the Urartian, and then to the Assyrian. Upon the outbreak of local hostilities, however, in 709, this state also was created an Assyrian province, and with that event the last element of Hittite freedom disappeared. In the mountains of Taurus, in the kingdom of Tabal, the smoldering fire might still burst from time to time 980 into a flame. But the Cimmerian hordes put out that spark, as they had done for the Urido, and did in due time for the Muski, and before they could be driven back the course of history was changed. The story of the Hittites was ended, Meshech and Tubal 981 were destroyed, and the land of the Hittites became a memory of the past. 982. Map of Hittite sites in Asia Minor and Syria. Epochs of Hittite history 2000 B.C. 983 Settlements in southern Syria, overthrow of the first dynasty of Babylon, p. 323. Horse and chariot used in Asia Minor, p. 320. 1400 B.C. 983 Hutti kings established at Baghazkayi, p. 326. 1380 B.C. 983 Subai-Luli annexes and Syria, p. 330, and invades Mesopotamia, p. 331. 1370 B.C. 983 Amorite vassalage, p. 336, treaty with Egypt, p. 337, Mitanniya Protectorate, p. 338. Empire in Asia Minor and Syria. Palace 984 on Buyukkali at Baghazkayi, local palaces at Iuk and Malachia, sculptures of Phraktine and Sipylus, p. 339. 1350 B.C. 983 Reign of Arandus. 1340 B.C. 983 Accession of Mursil, p. 341. 1330 B.C. 984 Lower Palace at Baghazkayi constructed, p. 342. 1320 B.C. 983 Assyria takes Mesopotamia and Malashia, p. 342. 1310 B.C. 983 Egypt reconquers and Syria, p. 343. 1295 B.C. 984 Accession of Mutulu, p. 343. 1288 B.C. 983 Battle of Kadesh, p. 343. 1271 BC Hattusil concludes treaty with Egypt, p. 347. Diplomatic relations with Babylonia, p. 350. 984 Sculptures of Iazali-Kaya, Jaur-Khalsi, and Karabel, p. 366. Fortifications of Baghazkayi constructed Hittite cities at Hamath, Aleppo, Karchemish, Sinjarli, Sakkyazeh, Marash, Malashia, Komita, Confederate states in Western and Southern Asia Minor. 1258 BC Hittite king Dudkaliah visits the pharaoh, p. 351. 1220 B.C. 983 Arnuanta, Cadastral Survey, p. 352. 1200 B.C. 983 Invasions by the Musky Phrygians, Fall of the Hutti and Baghazkayi, p. 368. 1170 B.C. 983 Musky reach the Assyrian frontier, 1120, repelled, p. 368. 1120 BC et Sequentia Assyrian invasions of Syria and Taurus, p. 369. 1000 B.C. 983 to 900 BC Revival of the Hittite kingdoms. 984 Sculptures of Bor, Iviras, Iuk, Malashia, Marash, Sinjarli, Sakkyazeh, inscriptions of Bulgar-Maiden and Karabina, p. 373. Road opened through Silikian gates, p. 366. Palace reconstructed at Baghazkayi, Amazon sculpture, p. 372. 885 BC Invasions by Assyria as far as, 838, Tabal and Tarsus, p. 384. 750 B.C. 983 and Syria and Taurus subject to the Vanik kings, p. 386. 984 Plateau of Asia Minor subject to Phrygia. 743 BC Assyrian supremacy re-established, p. 387. 718 BC Fall of Karchemish, Assyrian troops enter Asia Minor, p. 388. 712 BC Tabal, Taurus, conquered, 709, Fall of Marash, p. 389. Footnotes 1 We regard, however, the sculptures of Mount Sipylus, Plii, and of Karabel, Pl. as witnesses to the possession of inland passes leading to the Lydian coast. 2 In particular the Lycians, Lucky, who appear among the Hittite allies in the time of Ramses II, and later with the Sea peoples in the reign of Marinta. 3 There is no evidence to enable us to include the Vanik monuments. Cf. Sayce Herodotus, London, 1883, App 4. p. 424 and below, pages 54, 385, we exclude also as capable of other interpretation isolated discoveries of movable monuments, like those at Kietabeg, Messerschmitt, Corpus Inscript. Hettitikarum, Mitteilungen Vorderasiatischen Gesellschaft, 1900, PTV No. 1, at Babylon, OPCIT, NOS 3, 4, 5, and Nineveh, Ibid, PL 36. NOS 2-9, etc. The inscribed stone reported as found near Erzurum, now in the museum at Constantinople, number 1193, is of doubtful provenance, OPCIT, 1906, PTV pages 7, 8. 4 These Hittite sites are shown on the map, to face p. 390. 5 Mr. Hogarth, writing in the Recueil de Travaux, 17, records that during his journeyings up through the valley he never saw nor heard of any pre-Hellenic monuments on the north side of the river. 6 For these routes see Hogarth, Recueil de Travaux, 15. p. 29, and in Macon's Herodotus, 1895, App 13. 9, also Ramsay, Historical Geography, pages 35, 46 ff7 For the modern condition and ancient importance of this region, see further, Laird, Nineveh and Babylon, p. 94, Peters, Nipper, IP 81, Maspero, The Struggle of the Nations, London, 1896, pages 144 and ff, and The Passing of Empires, 1900, p. 35, with an illustration. 8 Here also the Euphrates is still our eastern boundary, for Tel Amr, the scene of Mr. Hogarth's recent discoveries, p. 129, though on the further side, is on the water's edge, and the few monuments found further east, like the seal from Urfa, Messerschmitt, OPCIT, CIH 1900, PLXLI. Number 3, and the palace sculptures of Tel Halov, von Oppenheim, Der Alte Orient, 1908, Heft 1, which owe something to Hittite influence, are not definite enough to imply Hittite occupation. That the river separated the land of Mitanni from the Hutti is substantiated by the archives of Baghazkayi, Winkler, Mitteilungen die Orientges 1907, number 35. On the relation of Mitanni to Hittite see below, pages 58, note 1, 324, note 2. 9 Pronounced Afrin. 10 See plates XXXV, Slyin. 11 We noticed this effect especially at Karadinuk, August 1907. 12 PL Lsksev. I, p. 320. This is clearly the old Amorite Hittite type as represented on the Egyptian temple sculptures, Temp. Ramses II, then apparently most prevailing in the Lebanon region. See Petrie, Racial Types, number 147, and Maspero, The Struggle of the Nations, p. 147 and Figure, cf. also W. Max Muller, ASEAN Europa, pages 229, 233, and the Book of Joshua, x 6, and 11. 3 The type is now more widely dispersed, as seen from this example and PLS 15. 2. Lsksi. Below. 13 A local tradition says that 120,000 men were drawn from this region in the time of Alexander. 14 Von Luskin, Ausgrabungen in Senskurli, I, and Liverpool Annals of Archaeology, IP 99. 15 Including the kingdoms of Unki, Simala, and Jati, see the map, p. 375. 16 Cf. Plate Lziv. 17 The coast route to Alexandretta was in course of reconstruction in 1907. Formerly the rocky promontory known as Pili Syrii et Cilicia presented a formidable obstacle, over which carts could pass only with great difficulty, while for travelers on horseback the easiest passage was by wading in the sea at the foot of the cliffs. The Bagh route is that contemplated for the new section of the railway heading for Baghdad. 18. A silvered copper seal, cylindrical in shape, is recorded as from Haifa, CIH 1900, PLXLI2, but no argument can be based thereon. Other small objects from this region are a seal and archaic bronze figure from Latakia, CIHLOCCIT number 6, and Pacer, die Bronzefigur von Skernen, AUS Sitzungsberder Altertumstes. Prussia, Heft 22, p. 428, and a similar archaic bronze from Homs, said to have been found in the Orient, Pacer, OPCIT. 19. See Platelsksev. 2. Reproduced from a sketch by Mr. Horst Schleifach. The subject was an Arab-speaking carriage driver, resident in Hamath, who said that his birthplace was Urfa. Cf. the types PLSLXXV, LSXI. 20. Ramsey, Jern. Roy. Asiatic SOC, 15. P. 100. 21. Cf. Livy, BK 38. 18, etc., for the contrast between Phrygia and the plains. 22. This feature also is historic. Cf. Strabo 12. 88. 23. For the general geographical conditions affecting life on the plateau, cf. Hogarth, The Nearer East, London, 1902, pages 246 ff 24. For mineral and other resources consult Inter alia, Hamilton, Researches in Asia Minor, London, 1842, Volume ICHS. 16, XX, XXIII, likewise Van Lennep, Travels in Asia Minor, London, 1870. 25. It is of interest in this connection to notice that one of the earliest historical references to the Hittites occurs in the Babylonian Chronicles, King, Chronicles of the Early Babylonian Kings, London, 1907, pages 72 and 148. 26. Witness the group of monuments in the Karadak, p. 90. 27. A barrier, that is, to general migration in ancient times. As a political boundary, its importance is clear from the fact that it divided the Median and Lydian empires, Herodotus, I-72. 28. Loccit, Strabo, 1239, speaks of the Leucosyrians whom we call Cappadocians. See also p. 92, and Ramsey, Historical Geography, pages 32, 33. 29. Hamilton, Researches in Asia Minor, Volume 2. Ch. Slyin. 30. Liverpool Annals of Archaeology, I, 1908, p. 6, pls 8, 9. 31. It is noteworthy that Strabo, 1227, describes Mazaca, then the capital of the Cilician province, as being in a ruinous state without walls, while its land remained unfertile and uncultivated. 32. CPL 9. 33. CPL LSXI. 34. Professor Ramsey, Historical Geography, p. 35, already argued the necessary antiquity of such a route before the Hittite monument on the mountain pass was brought to light. 35. See below, pages 45, 366, Note 2, and cf. Macon's Herodotus, App 13. 7, 8, 9. 36. Liv. Annals of Arch, I, 1908, p. 11. 37. CFPLXXIV. I, 38. See below, PLXXV. 3, and Liverpool Annals of Arch, I pages 10, 13. 39 at Andavel, CIH, 1900, PLXXXI, and at Bor, Ibid, 1906, PLXXXIII. See below, P91. 40 CP 233. 41 C pages 33, 38. 42 CP 143. 43 CPL 2. 2. 44 CF Strabo, 12. 11.8. 45 We noticed in passing an aged pair working together in their small garden of vegetables. It was summertime, and their sleeping place was a bower of branches and twigs covered entirely with pink roses. 46 To be distinguished from the bogch, which gives its name to the pass over the Jower Dak, p14. 47 Herodotus, I-75, and v52, Ramsey, Historical Geography, p29, but see below, p38, note 1. 48 CFPLS 12, 13. 2. We are alluding to the poorer classes. There is a considerable degree of refinement and simple luxury among the more prosperous Turkomans. See, for example, Davis, Life in Asiatic Turkey, pages 223-4. 49 PL 17. 50 CFPLS 14, 18. 51 The Yazir Dersi. 52 The Buyukkayanan Dersi. CPL Lix. 53 Herodotus, I-76, says that Croesus enslaved the inhabitants, and took also the adjacent places, expelling the population. 54 We do not attempt to distinguish any but the types that recall the various Hittite representations in contemporary sculptures, particularly those which decorate the walls of Egyptian temples. Such resemblance may be accidental, but it is of interest. In the deeper inquiry, there is a wonderful field of material for a trained ethnographist. Probably no nation on earth today is composed of so many and varying elements as is that of the Turks. A walk through any market town, where the people are brought together, or even a glance out of the carriage window at the people on the platform of a busy railway station, will bring forth visions of Tartars and Mongols, Greeks and Jews, even occasionally Hindus and Arabs, as well as the dominant Turkoman, Circassian and Armenian types, all of which under nature's gentle and wonderful influence seem to blend quite fittingly together. There is nothing, moreover, that astonishes the reason, for this country was not only the battlefield of nations, but the natural pathway between two continents. CFPLS 15, LXXX Vielskci. 55 CFPLS Lsksev, Lsksi. On the subject of surviving types, C.F. Wilson, Sir Charles, in the Court. Statement Palestine Expl. F.D., January 1884. 56 And thence in ancient times to Sinope. Ramsey, Histoire Geographique, p. 28, see also Curtius, Greech. Gus, ed. 5, I-408, and Herodotus, I-76, in reference to which cf. Peru and Chippies, History of Art in Sardinia. Syria and Asia Minor, English ed. 1890, 2. p. 103. 57 E.G. Herodotus, 9. 27, and Strabo, 11. CHV 4. 58 CPLL 59 Ramsey, Historical Geography, p. 31, and Jouroy. As. SOC, 15. Pages 100 to 112, also Crowfoot, Jour Stud, 19, IP 50. 60 Herodotus, I-72. But cf. also Homer, Iliad, 3. 187, and 16. 719-61 Ramsey, Historical Geography, pages 29, 30. CPLXXIV. I. 62 Herodotus, I-75, quotes a general doubt, in which, however, he does not share, that the Halys was not yet bridged in the time of Croesus. There are, however, suitable fords northward from Cheshme Kupro still freely used for the summer routes leading from Angora across the river eastward, and that the bridge was in use in Persian times seems to be clear. Ibid, v. 52. 63 Vidi Ramsey, Studies in the History and Art of the Eastern Provinces of the Roman Empire, Aberdeen, 1906, pages 177 to 180. 64 The Hittite horses were called by the Egyptians aberi, strong or vigorous, Anastasi Pap, 4, pl 17, ll 8-9, but we may suspect that the reference here and elsewhere is to the breeds of Syria. Vidi Annals of Thought Holmes 3, Maspero, Struggle of the Nations, p. 215, note 4, and p. 352, note 4, seems divided in his view, referring the passage in one place to Cappadocia and in the other to Syria. Cf. also his Passing of Empires, 1900, p. 205. There was a special breed in Cilicia, it would appear, in Persian times, from the reference in Herodotus, 3. 9065. It is, however, full of interests, as any student of Professor Ramsay's researches will know. 66 Professor Ramsay's Luke the Physician, pages 129 ff, tells of numberless neglected irrigation works in the desert and on the slopes of Taurus. The country must, at one time, have presented quite a different appearance. 67 See below, p. 56, and plxxv. 3. 68 Cf. Ramsey and Hogarth, Recueil de Travaux, 14. 1893, pages 74 and ff 69 CPLLV 70 locally called the Bozanti Su or Ak Su, from the names of important points along the route, it is a main tributary of the Saras, which it joins after uniting with the Korkan as it nears the plain. 71 See Frontispiece. 72 It is stated, however, by Alcher Eloy, Relations de Voyages en Orient de 1830 à 1838, IP 160, that a rock sculpture, of uncertain character, which he had seen in the Silikian Gates was destroyed in 1834. 73 We may reasonably suspect that this dates from the revival of the Hittite state with Tyana as its center, in the 10th century BC, see above, p. 24, and below, p. 373. On this question see Ramsay, The Cities of St. Paul, London, 1907, pages 114 and ff, also Pauline and Other Studies, London, 1906, ch 11, cf also, for a description of the route, Davis, Life in Asiatic Turkey, London, 1879, ch 8. 74 Roadside Rest Houses. CFPLS 13, XX. 75 Built or rebuilt it would seem by Ibrahim Pasha. 76 We cannot accept as Hittite, from the evidence before us, the doorway and carved lintel from Lamas near Asilikayi, Langlois, Voyage en Cilicie, p. 169, Peru and Chippies, Art in Asia Minor, 2. p. 57, Messerschmitt, CIH, 1900, PLXXXIII. B77 Among works readily accessible, we may refer the reader to Mr. Hogarth's summary in the introduction to Murray's Handbook, to the articles by Winkler and Brandis in volumes 3 and 4. Of the World's History, ed. Helmold, London, 1902, and for the materials to Ramsey, Historical Geography of Asia Minor, London, 1890. 78. For a detailed account, with the sources, see below, Chapter 6. 79. The identification of Mitta of Musky with Midas of Phrygia was first pointed out by Winkler, Ostorientalisk Forskungen, 2. 71 ff. Our inference is that the Musky of the Assyrian Annals, the Moskoi of Herodotus, 394, were really akin to the Phrygians of later history. 80. About 1170 BC, 8150 years later, in the reign of Tiglath-Pileser I-82. See the maps accompanying Chap 6. Pages 375, 385. 83. Hamilton, Researches in Asia Minor, IP 383, Ramsey, Juroy. As. SOC, 15. P 123. 84. CPLXXV. 3, from Liv. Annals, IPL 13. The name of Midas in this inscription was first recognized by Professor Myers, OPCIT, P 13. 85. Cf. Maspero, The Struggle of the Nations, pages 591, 643. 86. In the reign of Assur-Nazir Pal, cf. Maspero, The Passing of Empires, p. 16. 87. Regarding, that is, the successive appearance of the Mitanni, the Hittites, and the Urido, the Vanik power, as analogous movements. Cf. Winkler, Mittail. D. Deuteronomy Orient Guess, December 1907, pages 47 ff, and in the World's History, Volume 3. P 113 etc. 88. See especially Ramsey, A Study of Phrygian Art, in the Jour-Hel. Stud, 9. 1887-8, pages 350-352, and an earlier article in Volume 3. Pages 1-32, and Maspero, The Passing of Empires, pages 328-335. 89. Cf. Homer, Iliad, 3. 187, 16. 719. On this point, see Ramsey, Cities and Bishoprics of Phrygia, Oxford, 1895, IP 7. 91. Ramsey, LOCCITCF. The Central Group of Hittite Sculptures at Iasalikeia, PLLXV, where, however, the Father God, the consort of the Mother Goddess, is seemingly derived from Babylonian origins. So, too, the storm god of the Hittites has clearly a Babylonian prototype in Hadad. On the subject of the Hittite deities, see below, pages 356 ff. 92. Herodotus, 2. 293. Homer, Hymn. Afr. 111 and ff. 94. Phi rho upsilon gamma eta epsilon tau epsilon iota chi tau omicron iota omicron. Cf. Ramsey, LOCCIT 95. In this opinion we may appear to differ from Hogarth, Ionia, and the East, Oxford, 1909, p. 70, but the standpoints are different. 96. In addition to the Phrygian inscriptions at Iuk, cited above, the story of Daskylos, the fugitive Lydian prince, BC 720, indicates close political relation between the two sides of the Halys at this time, for when fearful of remaining in Phrygia at the accession of Myrsos to the Lydian throne, for greater security he crossed the Halys and took refuge with the White Syrians. Cf. Nicholas of Damascus, Fram. Histoire Grecque. Ed. Muller-Didot, number 49. On the relationship with Tyria and the Chalybes see also Radeh, La Lidi etle Monde Grec, pages 63, 111. 97 PLSXXIV, XXV. 98 CFPLSLX, LXIV. 99 PLXXIV. 2. Cf. pages 121, 265, 289. 100. Our newest authority for this period is Olmsted, Western Asia in the Days of Sargon, New York, 1908. 101. If the tuna of the Assyrians be really Tyana, there is clear evidence of Phrygian supremacy there in 714, in the fact that Mati of Tuna disclaimed his allegiance to Assyria and turned to Midas. If, however, Tuna is to be located somewhat further east, cf. the Tuna of Ptolemy v. 6, 22, and Maspero, The Passing of Empires, p. 239, no 2, or southeast at Faustinopolis, Ramsey, Histoire Geographique, p. 68, then the inference is equally clear that the Phrygian sphere reached at least to Tyana, if not beyond. This evidence is supplementary to that of the inscription already mentioned, PLXXV. 102 Herodotus, 4. 11, 12. We follow the story as worked out by Maspero, OPCIT, p. 345. 103 Strabo, 14. I-40. 104 Cf. Maspero, OPCIT, p. 336, also says, Empires of the East, IP 427. 105 Herodotus, I-7. On the way in which the date is derived, see Schubert, Gus. Der König von Lydian, p. 8. 106 For the character of the early names and their relation to the Hittites see Sayce, LOCCIT, cf. also Hall on Mursil and Myrtilos, Jour Hell. Stud, XXIX. 1909, pages 19 to 22, and on the same point, Winkler in the Orientalistische Literaturzeitung, December 1906. 107 Gelser, Das Zeitalter des Geiges, Rhines. MUS, Volume XXXV. 1880, pages 520 to 524, cf. Reda, La Lidi etle Monde Grec, etc., pages 90, 91. 108 cf. The position of the Hutti kings, pages 340, 361 ff, and of the kings of Comita, of Pontus, and other states, Strabo, BK 12 ch 3 section 32. On this subject see also Ramsey, in Recueil de Travaux, volume 14. Pages 78 ff, on the pre-Hellenic monuments of Cappadocia. 109 For the double axe in Hittite symbolism, CPLLXV, and for the relation of the god of the double axe to Hercules, see pages 195, 240. 110 On this question, and on the whole subject of Hittite influence surviving in the civilizations of the western coast, see the brilliant survey by Hogarth, Ionia and the East, especially pages 74 ff and 101 to 2. 111 OPCIT, pages 101 to 2. 112 Excavations at Ephesus, I. The Archaic Artemisia p. 173. 113 Above, p. 37, see also below, p. 338, and PLSLIII, live. 114 Herodotus, I-76. 115 On this subject see Mommsen, The Provinces of the Roman Empire, London, 1909, pages 120, 123. 116 PLLV 117 PLXXVII 118. This place was visited by Drummond, Travels, in parts of Asia to the Euphrates, London, 1874, who gives a sketch plan, number 9 to FP 201. Theodoret in his ecclesiastical history mentions 3 inscriptions over the gate, as well as a castle, a very superb theatre, a basilica, temple, and other buildings. Cf. also Mondrel, A Journey from Aleppo to Jerusalem, ed. 1799, p. 158. 119. For these see a paper by the Rev. W. M. Linton Smith, in the Liv. Annals of Arch, 1910. 120 PLXXVIII. Cf. the Mausolée pyramidal de Mactar, published by Gautler, Les Travaux d'Art, and Tunisia, in Revue Générale des Sciences, Paris, November 30, 1896, p. 971, figure 15. Also Tombs et al. And in Algeria, published by Xil in Les Monuments Antiques d'Algérie, Paris, 1901. For these references we are indebted to Professor Bosanquet. 121 PLSXXIX, XXX. 122 The old Aramean name for Heliopolis, it is really just south of the historic Hittite frontier in the Lebanon. 123 For photographs of the ruins and city of Tarsus CPLXXII, XXIII, cf. also Ramsey, Cities of St. Paul, Part 2, with PLS2V. 124 CPL Thursiv. 2, 125 PLSXXXII, XXXIII. 126 On the importance of this aspect of study, cf. Fraser, Adonis, Attis, and Osiris, in the preface, and Hogarth in Authority and Archaeology, 2nd ed. London, 1899, Preface, 7. 127 Sayce, The Hittites, London, 1888, 3rd ed., 1902, p. 67. 128 As well as other sculptured and inscribed stones, see Winkler, Preliminary Report of Excavations at Baghazkayi, 1907. Mitteilungen Deutschen Orientgesellschaft, No. 35, December 1907, Figures 6, 7, pages 57, 58. 129 History Relations of Phrygia and Cappadocia, Jouroy. Asiatic SOC, 15, PLI, p. 124. 130 Peru and Chippies, Art in Asia Minor, 2. Etc., pages 214 and ff., also Hamilton, Researches, etc., 2, pages 350, 351, and Review Arch, 3, v pages 257 to 264, and PLS 11, 12. 131, a Hittite invasion preceded the overthrow of the first Babylonian dynasty. The date in the 18th century BC assigned by King, Chronicles, etc., IP 137, is accepted by Meyer, but thought by Sayce and others to be too late. b. The Egyptian annals, diplomatic letters, mural decorations, etc., make frequent mention of the Khita from the 33rd year of Thotmes III. About BC 1471, until the time of Ramses III, early in the 12th century BC. There is an early appearance of the group of signs reading Khita on a stela of the 12th dynasty, Louvre, ci. Some philologists are disposed to regard the group in this instance as forming part of a longer word, a unique instance which implies at any rate familiarity with the word Khita in the 12th dynasty. It is more probable, Mr. Griffith tells us, that the group is really to be translated Khita, though written, under circumstances that can be explained philologically, with a false determinative. The Babylonian evidence now prepares us for this early appearance of the name. C. In the Assyrian records, the earliest reference to the Hutti seems to be in the reign of Shalmaneser I, about 1320 BC, but the name is not found recurring until the time of Tiglath-Pileser I, about 1120 BC, Sargon, BC 721 to 704, seems finally to have subjected and disunited their principalities in Syria. 132 Winkler, Report, CIT, especially pages 27 and FF 133, see Chapter V, Part 3, pages 299, 314. 134 see Chapter V, Part 2, pages 271 to 273. 135 see above, pages 55, 56, cf. also Xenophon, Anabasis, v. 4-30. 136 The inscriptions still largely hold their secrets. The cause would seem to be chiefly the imperfections in our copies, for Professor Say's system, described in the Processocbible Arch, 1904, et Sequentia, has consistently developed geographical and local names corroborated by the circumstances of discovery. The language seems to be unlike any that is known, and to vary in localities. 137 The inscribed round-topped stone on its pedestal, on a rise of ground near Bogch, overlooking the Hollies. CPL Slayath. 138 Like the massive altar on the pass of Kurubel. CP 147. 139 e.g. the lions found near Durende, the obelisk of Isjan, and the columnar figure from Palanga. See pages 141, 145. 140 e.g. the monuments of Jerablus, the site of Carchemish, and of Marash, the ancient Margasi, also those found at Amir Ghazi near Ardis Tama, or at Bor, Nigde, and Andavel near Tyana. 141 Like the lions of Sakyajazı, Marash, Iuk, etc. 142 e.g. at Kitsokalu and Marash. See pages 98, 113. 143 e.g. from Karaburshlu, Sinjurli, Sakyajazı, Marash, Malaysia. 144 e.g. from Jerablus, Marash, etc. See the readings of Professor Sayce, Procsba, 1904, November et Sequentia 145. These are marked upon the map, p. 390. A more detailed place index to these monuments, with a bibliography, is given in Appendix B. 146 sculptures decorate the three last named palaces. 147 may be inferred from analogy of sculptured blocks and locality. 148 a careful scrutiny might reveal some signs. 149 eagle monuments, presumably Hittite. 150 lion monuments, head only in the round. 151 statuettes in the round, at Marash, lion monuments also. 152 altar. 153 built into the gate facade. 154 seemingly biographical or memorial. 155 objects easily portable. 156 columnar statue. 157 provenance doubtful. 158 cf below, CHVP 313. 159 Messerschmitt, CIH, 1900, PLS 36XLV. 160 e.g. from Bohr, Recueil de Travaux, 14. P88. 161 e.g. from Intab, OPCIT, Volume 17. P26. 162 see below, P160, PLXL. 2. 163 Peru in Art in Asia Minor, 2. P83. 164 see later, P321. 165 to face P390. 166 Calibu in Annals of Thought Holmes 3, 33rd year, Kalman in the Assyrian records, Kalpa in Hittite, and Haleb in Arabic. 167 Except a small archaic bronze figure procured from Homs, Manent, Review Arch, 1895, P31, another bronze figure and a cylinder seal of ironstone purchased at Latakia upon the coast. Longperrier Musinopole, PLSXXIXXII, and American Jour Arch, 1898, P163 and 1899, P18. Addendum, an inscription of 2 lines in relief has recently been found at Reston by the Reverend Father Ronzavali of Beerout. 168 c, for instance, Peru and Chippies, Art in Asia Minor, 2. P18, breasted, The Battle of Kadesh, Chicago, 1903, pages 13, ETFF 169 c pages 128, 130, and the list of monuments in Appendix B 170 CPLXL. I. 171 Ramsey, History Geographic, P35, also Recueil, 15, P28, believes in a main eastern route passing through Malachia, and connecting with the Royal Road. The place was, of course, the site of a Roman frontier fortress. 172 Liverpool Annals of Arch, IP9. 173 Ibid, P11, and PL14, Figure 1. See below, PLXL. 2. 174 see above, P38, and Ramsey, Historical Geography of Asia Minor, pages 30, 31. 175 Pausanias, I4. 5 176 Journal Hellenic Studies, 19, Part I, 1899, p. 50. 177 or perhaps discrediting it. CFJHSLOCCIT, p. 45, at the top. 178 are relatively large. Material for this region is mostly due to the consistent researches of Professor Sir William Ramsay and his school. 179 Ramsay, Luke the Physician, p. 174, footnote. 180 see above, p. 56, and PLXXV. 181 This uncertainty, however, forbids us to use their provenance as evidence, though in themselves objects with special features of interest. 182 Herodotus, I-76, and I-72, see also above, pages 21, 22. 183 Ramsay, Historical Geography of Asia Minor, London, 1890, p. 32. 184 Professor Ramsay points out the neglected irrigation works, Luke the Physician, p. 129. 185 Thought by Miss Gertrude Bell to have been artificially separated from the ridge, of which it seems like a projecting headland. See the desert and the Saône, London, 1905, p. 223. The same work may be consulted for modern interests of this remarkable Arab town. So also Taik, Dar el-Islam, London, 1907. 186 cp 85, No. 2, Addendum, and Sayce in PROC-SBA, 1909, p. 259. 187 Burkhard, Travels in Syria and the Holy Land, London 1822, p. 149. 188 For the progress and vicissitudes of the attempts to obtain a record of the Hamath stones, consult Wright, The Empire of the Hittites, Burton, Unexplored Syria and the Quarterly Statements of the Palestine Exploration Fund, February 3, 1871, and for a connected account, Sayce, The Hittites, 1905, pages 60 to 64. 189 One in particular, which was long, had virtues for the rheumatic, who stretched themselves upon it. The Aleppo stone was regarded as effective for ophthalmia, and some superstition clings to nearly all such remains when they have long been known to village communities. In Egypt any monuments of stone, even a stela newly found but of guaranteed antiquity, is particularly sought out by barren women, who seem to have a definite formula and ritual to observe. One of these acts is to cross and recross the stone, if possible, 7 times each way without turning the eyes to right or left. 190 CIH, Mittelungen, etc., 1900, 5, PLS 3. B, 4. A, B, V, 6, and text, 1900, 4, pages 6 to 8. Also Wright, OPCIT, PLSI 4, pages 139 to 141. 191 Being a characteristic specimen and of historical interest, we reproduce this monument in PLXXXVII. 192 Sayce, PROC-SBA, 1903, March. 193 This feature distinguishes the sign from the determinative of a district, represented as a conical hill. 194 See for example the groups of symbols accompanying the divine figures at Baghazkayi, PLSLXV, LXII. 195 A reading of number 1 was tentatively put forward by Sayce, PROC-SBA, 1903, p. 354, but this must be revised in the light of the new reading of number 2, and the note on one of the signs of number 1, in PROC-SBA, 1905, November, p. 218. 196 Cf. The Intab stone below, p. 107, and PLXLI. Also the cornerstones in situ at Iuk, PLS LZI. 197 These monuments are now to be seen at Constantinople, in the Ottoman Museum. NOS 831, 832, etc. 198 CIH, PL3. A, text, P4, Mittelungen, etc., 1900, 4, 5, and PROC-SBA, v. 1883, p. 146. 199 By the Liverpool Expedition of 1907. See Liv. Annals of Arch, IP8, PL9, 3, and CFPROC-SBA, June 1908. 4-3 Uninscribed but presumably Hittite sculptures from Aleppo, see Liv. Annals, 2. P184, and PLXLII. 200 CPL 38, to face. 201 CIH, 1900, PL7. And P8. 202 Vorderasiatisk Abteilung, number 3009. 203 Mitteilungen Vorderasiatischen Gesellschaft, 1900, pt 4, p8. There is another inscribed object coming from this region now in the museum at Alexandretta, but it seems to have come originally from Marash. It is a small stone inscribed on both sides, of which one is flat and the other convex. The 4 rows of hieroglyphs in relief are preserved on either side, while portions of a fifth are visible, for a part of the object is broken away. Its width is 9½ inches, and the height of what is preserved 14 inches, ibid, LOCCIT. 204 CIH, 1900, 5, PLXXVI. 1, 2, and do. 1900, 4, p20. 205 The illustration of the Singerli scene, PLLXXV, explains the subject in general. Only at Sakyajiza one of the figures is standing, in the other cases both are seated. 206 Compare in shape and subject the gravestone of an Aramaic queen, 8th century BC, Berlin Museum, Vorderasiatisk Abteilung, number 2995. The shape corresponds also with that of the monument from Samsit, below, p 130, and of the stela of Nabonidus from Mugilaba now at Constantinople, published by Skyle, Recueil de Travaux, 18. 1, 2, Paris, 1896. 207 Such as are to be seen at Sakyajizi and in one instance at Marash. 208 Unfortunately there seem to have been no soundings made for a much wanted Hittite necropolis. On the possible evolution of the motive in general, see below, p. 357. 209 On this point see p. 357, and C. F. Jensen, Hittiter und Armnir, Strasbourg, 1898, p. 166, and Crowfoot, Jour Stud, 19, pages 42, 43. 210 Liv. Annals of Arch, I pages 97 to 117, and PLSXXXIIIXLIX. 211 PUBL in Liv. Annals of Arch, IPLXLV, and pages 101 to 2. There is a cast at the Liverpool Institute of Archaeology. 212 cf. The monuments of this class from Marash, described below, and the Stela of Narab, a Phoenician monument of the 9th century BC, of which a good photograph is published by Ball, Light from the East, to face p. 236. These sculptures should be compared with representations of shrines, or offerings at the altar, like the reliefs at Froctine, P.L. Slayi. Recueil de Travaux, 14, P.L. 6, and Chanter, Mission and Cappadoce, PLXXIII, also a scene at Iuk, PL 8. I. 213 cf. The similar sculpture from Marash, p. 111, and CIH, 1900, 5, PLXXII, and from Malachia, below, p. 135. 214 Vorderasiat. MUS, number 971. 215 PL 36, cf. Also Human and Puchstein, in Reisen Inclination und Nord-Syrien, Berlin, 1890 Atlas, PLXLVI. Peru and Chippies, Art in Asia Minor, 2. p. 64, and Figure 279. 216 cf. The similar composition of another sculpture from the same site. Liv Annals, I, 1908, PL 15, Figure 2. 217 cf. The Lion of Marash, PLXLII, and the newly found Lion of Sakyajasa, PL6. 218 cf. Liv. Annals, I, 1908, PLS Thursiv. 2. XXXV. 219 attributed by Puchstein, Pseudo-Hittitisk Kunst, Berlin, 1890, to the age of Sargon. 220 PLXL. I, from Liv. Annals, I, 1908, figures 2, 3, PL 14. 221 cf. Inter alia Chanter, Mission and Cappadoce, PLXXIV, also, Bizenberger und, Pacer, Die Bronzefigur von Skirnen, Sitzungsberder Altertumsches. Prussia, Heft 22, where the distribution of this class of bronze figure is thoroughly examined. Among the sites of Asia Minor there appear Yagat, Angora, Amasia, Karashir, Iconium, and 10 unnamed places of Cappadocia. On the Syrian side, Marash and Homs and the Lebanon region are noticeable. The distribution thus includes many Hittite sites, but not exclusively. 222 PLXLI, cf. Liv. Annals Arch, I, 1908, PLSX, 11, P8, and Figure P7. Several important small objects have been secured at Intab. 223 cf. The monument recently discovered at Marash, described below, pages 114 ff 224 as at Sakyajasa. CPL's Xiath. 225 Peru and Chipese, Art in Asia Minor, 2, figure 268. 226 Human and Puchstein, Risen, etc., Atlas, PLS LAIXLIX. 227 other sculptured fragments are described on pages 118 to 122. 228 PLXLII. From a photo of the Imperial Ottoman Museum at Constantinople, by courtesy of H.E. Hamdi Bey. 229 below, PLS 38, L6. 230 The original is now at Constantinople Museum, number 840, a cast may be seen in the British Museum. 231 PROCSOCBIBL Arch 1905, November, p. 225. 232 e.g. at Comita of Pontus, Strabo, 12. 332, Ibid, and of Cappadocia, where the priest was second in rank, Ibid, 12. 23, also at Pessinus, Ibid, 12. 63. 233 cf. The sculpture number 72 at Iazalikaya, PLLXX, and P228, also P360. 234 Messerschmitt, CIH, 1900, PT5, PLXXII, and Ibid, 4, P18. 235 Peru and Chipese, Art in Asia Minor, 2. P64. 236 cf. The similar feature in a sculpture from Carchemish, P127. 237 cf. The photograph PLV, 2, of women at Kartal, which is in the Kurt Dak to the south of Marash. A suggestive general resemblance is to be found on certain Etruscan monuments. 238 cf. PLSLXXV, Lskci. 239 CIH, 1900-5, PLXXIII, AB original in the Berlin Vorderasiatisches Museum, number 973. 240 Hogarth, Recueil, etc., 15. P32, and PL2, Figure B241 Berlin Vorderasiatisches Museum, number 972. 242 CIH, 1900-4, P20, Ibid, 1900-5, PLXXV. 243 It is now in the Metropolitan Museum, New York, Cesnola COLL, number 1904, and there are impressions in the Berlin Museum. 244 CIH, 1906, pages 12 to 15, and PL Lee. 245 OPCIT, P13. The original is at the Constantinople Museum, number 1625. 246 After inspection of the object we believe this to be the real explanation. We are confirmed also in our impression that the inscription and carving are contemporary with the original monument March 1910. 247 C, for example, Fig. Number 72 in the small gallery at Iazalikaya, below, PLLXX, also pages 110, 360. For the tassel cf pages 306, 308, and PLXC. 2, 248 CIH, 1900-4, P19, and, 1900-5, PLXXIV. 249 Human and Puchstein, Reisen, etc., Atlas, PL Sladey, number 2, Peru and Chippies, Art in Asia Minor, 2, figure 281. Metrop. MUS of Art New York, number 1906. 250 thought by Peru to be a high stool. 251 cf. The lyre held by an Asiatic immigrant into Egypt about 2000 BC. Newberry, Beni Hassan, London, 1893, PLXXXI. 252 As a cult object this bird provides a wide and interesting range of study. Cf. for example, an archaic Greek statue of the 6th century BC, from Asia Minor, in the Berlin Museum, Stiehenfrau, number 1597. 253 Human and Puchst, Reisen,